Namaskar, good morning. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on July 15, 2020. Serious of seriousness. Critical day. Almost all are critical days these times in this world, in this country, all over the world. All unexpected are happening around world. Small talk of COVID, because yesterday I made another video, and followed by professional talks like management and engineering, materials and soil and contracts. As usual, talking analytically and philosophically both. In a way, it should be done. Life is not that easy as we understand it is. It's full of problems and problems. COVID-19, destructive or constructive, can't say it is. It is destructive or not destructive, we cannot say. It's working to best of its own, and we are bound by its aftermath, its impacts. No one can protect us from that. Very critical news are coming from world, from WHO and from authentic sources, that there is no way, we don't expect anything immediately, that COVID would go soon, as it's not going soon. It's saying SARS-2. Durable impacts. What does it mean? We know what is SARS. Severe acute respiratory syndromes. The second one, first one very long back. SARS stands for severe acute respiratory syndrome. This is for respiratory system blowing up or blowing down, higher or lower one. And we are saying durable. What does it mean? This means very, very long term, and this can impact very, very long, means whole life it can. No relief immediate relief is there, but it can reoccur. And it says durable impact means all organs. When we say COVID-19 God's act or virus, what does it mean? When we say durable impact of COVID-19, durable impact, maybe I'm just using my mobile, so my hands cannot keep mobile stationary, so excuse me for that. This impacts all parts of body, organs. It doesn't mean that. Durable is very long-term impact in addition to SARS-2. Till now we thought it is only SARS related, but now it's not only SAR related, it is related to mind, kidney, liver, other parts of body, stomach, and you can say what else you take names, not only lungs. It can impact many more body parts, you can say all body parts. So this is getting very seriousness issue, I mean to say, issue is very serious, and doctors and scientists haven't yet cleared anything. So think of this, durable impacts. Just don't keep SARS in your mind, keep durable impacts in your mind. Durable impacts means whatever impact you get, it doesn't matter SARS, you can be having a neuro problem, you can have stomach problem, you have kidney problem, you may have liver problem, you may have some other problem because of COVID-19. It's God's act probably, and also or it's virus. Both it is the ultimately virus. God made virus, otherwise automatically it can't be made. And then we talk of engineering management, organization, systems, challenges, or organization, all we discuss in this: human mind, human thinking, and on only resort, which is only resort, general, concrete, spatial specifications, total systems quality, structure, and soil engineering, and you can say soil reports FIDIC 2017, red plus silver plus yellow plus white, and we can say this is tentative one, which will keep on adding. I will keep on adding these programs, because in one day nothing can be done. So durable impacts. For 5-10 minutes I discuss this, and we move then to other activities. Let us see how it works. I put back this on charge. Let it recharge by that time, probably 10-15 minutes, and then we'll see what to do with that. Since we're talking any hours, let's better think of COVID. My friend you are COVID, or my enemy you are. I have to decide. I decide to say that you are my friend. I consider that way, because you can't be my enemy. That is true. There is no relation between you and me that can lead us to amity, because I have not taken anything from you and you have not taken anything from me. So there is no question of enmity. There is some confusion or some mix-up, could be. We could not say that, but COVID-19 is angry one, is struggling one. Either it struggles or people struggle. Either of two struggles. This is COVID-19. If you don't understand this point very well, we will lose something in our lives, and then something in our lives, say you lose, means something is missing somewhere. That's point here. Why should COVID be enemy of anyone? That's the question. It cannot be enemy of human being. It has come to earth, could be having certain aim, because earth after all belongs to God, and we all belong to God. But belonging to God doesn't mean that we are honest. It doesn't mean that. Maybe we were honest, but now we have converted to dishonesty. We have converted to lying. We have converted to, changing our conscience, and we have converted to greed and avarice. We have converted to only, ruining others and using natural resources to individual benefits or defined benefits, not uniformly for all public benefit. Earth belongs to all, whoever resides on earth. All creatures, even not only human beings, all creatures, birds, animals, all diversity belongs to earth, and earth feeds them, This point we have to understand. You know, God gives problem sometimes, and now God is beating all. God is examining everyone and changing minds of people, and also trying to change bodies of people. This is very, very, you can say, fortunate, because God never does anything wrong. So I cannot say this is unfortunate. God wants to inform world, communicate to world that forget that this is your world. God tries to remind us that this world belongs to God. You are only a user of this world. 8 billion people are only user of this property. We cannot break this property, or we cannot sell this property. That is main point that God intends to announce to public of world. But people of world are not able to understand this point. There is a message to humanity: amend your conduct, or I shall amend you in shock. It's up to you to decide that you want to get shock amendment, or you want to get polite amendment. The statistics do not mean anything now. How many died, how many recovered, how many cases, because facts are not available. Whatever information we are getting, all fabricated, all dependent on various governments of world. Politicians never come in line to people, and they try to hide 80% news. Only censored news are being relayed all over the world, not only in this country, all Western countries, European countries. Facts are being replaced by some ill information, bad information, good information, like that. Every country is busy in making injections of vaccine without knowing how we treat this. We do not know yet how COVID works and how does it behave, conduct, what is actual pathology of this. We do not know yet. But we claim that our injections are ready, and this, you can say, this international stupidity we are making from every part of the world. No problem. If you are so smart, you can change, you can solve this problem by injection, by vaccine. But you think beyond that. Vaccine may be one station. It's not clear how does COVID-19 COVID works. It's not clear yet how people are infected and to which part of body, to what level it impacts upon. So when you don't know anything about some problem, how can you find solution? Question is that solution at random cannot be called solution. Yes, you may get some solution where you can increase, you can upgrade, you can appraise, you can say immunity of people, immunity, but not treatment. Immunity is not treatment. If you increase immunity, you may say this is treatment, then you only make others whole. Yes, there may be vaccine, I cannot say no, but that is based on ill consideration, wrong consideration. What analysis of this COVID-19, nobody knows yet. Nobody knows what is analysis of this. Imagination, assumptions, thesis, hypothesis only are being transmitted through news. Someday you get something, some other day you can get something. But forget all that. Economy is very important part of every nation, but economy has gone down everywhere, all over the world. It has gone down means doesn't mean it has ended. It will restart someday. After all, economy is economy. It will come back someday. But if you think exclusively for economy and think it will solve your problem, then you are not on right track. First requirement is life, survival, happiness. This COVID has removed happiness from everyone. From everyone. You stay in air or you stay in your room, you can't be happy because you don't know what will happen at the moment. There is no one in this world at this moment who can say, I know treatment of this disease. No way out. Therefore, don't be disappointed, but just have practice, just do something for welfare of public. England, a country of historical value, who once was thought brilliant country, brilliant people, but has proved in this emergency situation as non-decisive country, a country that has no future, no ambition, no decision what to do, what not to do. Similarly, USA, superpower of world, it could not tell public now that I am superpower, and who are factuals, those must come to public now. This is factual, this is not factual. Well, I'm not going to talk a lot in this, I have talked already. I would simply say that take your case everywhere. Don't think that distance is okay, civil distance is okay. That's one part. Hot water drink is another part. Stay in sun is third part. And like you can say, dependency is another part. Don't depend on anybody. Well, I have only this message to you that World Health Organization chief is very upset with both public of China and China can say both public. Our scientists from WHO are going to China for investigation. Let us wait what results are submitted, reports are submitted, and also I will ask COVID, just take care of poor, don't kill them, because they cannot afford treatment. Well, general, it's nothing more than this. You know, Bharat is having about 30,000 cases a day. America may be having 100,000 cases a day in 2 or 3 days, 100,000 per day, and it's expanding in England very fast. Thompson could not understand anything how to handle this. So America also failed to understand. We people are little in better condition to understand, but we have resources. How to solve it? Well, now we come back to our own system, our talk, and that is about management of engineering. I take down this because it's no valid for that. We'll come back. I'll shorten this every day, or maybe I stop our discussion because it's very common now. I'm not exclusively serious about this, and people may not be interested. I can't say. It's up to people. I can do my job. I can't be serious on behalf of people. That's up to people to decide. If they just take everything lightly, easily, they have to say. I cannot answer that. But one thing is sure, life is moving very, very slow now, and that's best policy. The life should move slow, because and if we cannot understand that point, we lose something in life, and that is very, very right. So I will now talk as usual about this. What we talked, so drill is over. Now we'll talk about This is, talk about engineering. Engineering management system challenges and organizations. We talk about this challenge and thinking. Engineering management. Quality structure, the system's quality structure. We'll combine talk about this up to soil engineering reports and FIDIC separately. Okay, dear friends, we become professional now. Keep off from your friend Pavel, because Pavel is not going, don't worry. We have to be with something different nature. Maybe you're thinking that I'm wasting your time. Up to you if you think so. Engineering, as I define every day, I like to remind everyone that engineering is nothing new. It's a world of wonders, If you really understand engineering, it's a world of wonders. Wonders in a sense. Wonders in a different sense, I can say. Sorry. Engineering is something like when say, what is in mind, we have to convert to shape. Whatever is in my mind, I want to bring that onto some shape physically. Imagination should be converted to some material shape. Functional material shape means that shape which functions will got some value, some meaning. Basic engineering is that. True basic engineering, I can say, not civil, electrical, mechanical, all engineering. Its function is to work for something. If we just make a picture of an art piece, scenery, for pleasure of eyes or for decoration of room walls or room ceilings or floors, that picture is an art. Art means it was an imagination, it was drawn on some paper or on something other medium for purpose of showing and pleasing your eyes in various colors. Nothing more than that. It remains there forever. It doesn't go, however, but it has not done any good for society other than just sitting in your room, lie down on your wall, if you post it on your wall or somewhere else. That is exclusively called art. But when we say engineering, same art is extended to is extended to use by human, use by world, that is engineering. Engineering, which means a kind of some unknown engine is added to that imagination. That engine uses that imagination for human development and use of that item for that purpose. When we talk of engineering, we talk of something very close to human. Though it's not very common to be known by human, but when we say we have done this, it's very pleasing moment for engineer when engineer says that I have done it. When we say I have done this drawing, engineering drawing I mean to say, not holiday drawing, not a picture of banana or a brinjal. But when I say I have done this planning, I have made plan of this plot, or I have done something that can be worked upon for construction, that can be used in construction. I feel as an engineer that I have done something. I have done something which is called creative one, and that creative one can take you to on-site practical one. Speaking way or just explaining is very easy. That I spend my time on this project of drawings, and then I or someone else would produce that on site or somewhere for permanent functional use, which is called use, or in other language, land use. We have this project, we want land for that project, or you have this much land, you can plan on that one about your project. This is very simple to design, to think of. That we have budget, we have this proposal, we do it, it will be done in 2 hours, and then the same day or next day we can sleep late. When engineering is understood by engineers properly, means it's a question of understanding first, and which is very difficult in whole life. Sometimes we don't understand. It's like a relation between husband and wife. Husband says, I have understood my wife, and wife says, I have understood my husband. While facts remain that neither understands each other. But for respect purpose, they say, yes, we understand each other. And that respect sometimes multiplies problems. I never value engineering to you say theory. Theory is very important, it's root for everything, but practicality from theory must be understood. If that theory which we learn or which we derive, if that cannot support real work, or it causes some problem in real world, then engineering thoughts are required on that, which is called to convert this theory to real work, which would be used by public or by everyone. That methodology, that procedure, or all those involved in that, all procedures involved in that should be clearly defined. Means gap between theory of engineering and work of real engineering, that gap must be filled if you want to cross sea or river. Otherwise, your connection over that river or sea would not work. Theory cannot be understood by common people, but by engineers only. Well, that is specialty, you can say. You are not special for that, I am special for that. That actually doesn't mean anything. When we join some course, we are given some syllabus and some duration to complete that course. If that the school is honest, that course shall give you. Yeah. Engineering is transmission of thoughts to practical work in each field, every field, electrical, mechanical, IT, computers, agriculture, aerospace, architecture, every field. It's up to you how to define engineering. It's also true that engineering cannot come just through universities. Yes, universities train candidates, students to think on problems and find solutions. It doesn't mean that whatever is given in book we know only that. It doesn't mean that. Book gives a lot based on collection of sources, substances, or on own production of author or writer. These goods are so actual. When we have to drive something, we have to prime something, and then we have to regularly operate that. Same is engineering. Do not consider engineering is by education only. That is the start of engineering. Engineering moves long distances. In university, we learn some subject or some chapter in 1 day or 2 days, or some book in 1 month, 2 months maximum. But in field, when we reach, we see the same project goes on for many years. For what? Say to earn something from them. Law on absence. When you leave some food on road, dogs leave anything, you think? No. same chapter which I study in engineering, it takes many years on site for that construction. A subject that I understand, it doesn't answer all questions. A topic does not answer all questions. Some questions cannot be answered by theory, it can be answered by practical work, which is called empirical knowledge. Means by experience we learn that. And some are answered by theory or by mathematics. Both ways are there. But engineering is not theory alone. Engineering is a combination of intuition, not theory alone. Intuition first. You must have intuition, and then formula, theory, and then you have to understand how to transfer that theory to real work. And that real work must be used one. You cannot say work means you produce something which doesn't fit in for anything, and you can say it can be made use for every activity of life. So you have to, at that moment, internal movement, or when we say you are moving somewhere, that part. When we are moving somewhere means we are moving to get objective, we are moving to get some project, we are moving to construct some project. And that is based on mind only, not only on mind, on practice only, not only on practice but also on conventions and previous records and future problems. Because we are going to use that project, that building for maybe 100 years, 200 years, who knows. It's long-term activity. It's not that today we do it and tomorrow we say we are used and throw it. No, it's not that. We have to be clear in our minds that our imagination, our supposition, stays as we wish. No, it's not. Mind, as I said, mind is power of engineering. Just like mind is power of every profession. If you are an engineer, you assess yourself first. What percent of mind you use? No, mind value in engineering is proportional to engineering development. If you add value of mind to what you get on engineering drawings, specifications, that amplifies your act and you move fast on that. When you use mind in your responsibility, it discovers many points there which have not been incorporated. Because you think from work point of view, not from the design point of view. Design point is okay, it is done, it's well designed, we respect that. Design is very much part of engineering, just like intuition is very much part of design. No design can be same, designs are all different. If designs are same, there is no meaning of design. If every building is same, there is no meaning of building. If every road is same, there is no meaning of. Yes, roads, the quality, road sections are same, but routes are not same. Levels are not same. Similarly, it applies for every building. Every building is different. Every building is different in design, not in technicality. Technicality or technology or design manual or formula, most of them are fixed. So what do we actually have to manage? What do we have to manage? That engineering management calling. We have to manage all stages in engineering. That is basic requirement. All stages in engineering are required to be managed. All stages. Think of and you manage. And if you think of, take one finger, just like you take one finger of someone, and you then rehaul all body of that, throwing that finger. Of course, there are restrictions of budget on every project, but minimum requires to be done. Minimum requires to be done. When I could not understand what engineering was, because 90% engineers do not understand what engineering is. They think what we learnt is engineering, but factually what we learn, only 10% hardly works in field. And you have to learn 90% yourself. It's not simply in construction, it's in designs, it's in all disciplines. Means you have to chart out your way. We learned only small knowledge from university. You have to expand your knowledge yourself, and practice will do that. When we come from college to practice, we can't do anything. Even if we were told that we are given drawing, you practice, you do there. That is only from examination viewpoint. When it comes to real life, it's same thing as real life and real life. You find the real life is what is real life and what is real life. There's a difference because that film is completed in 3 hours maximum. And in 3 hours that the producer has to show 120 years or 100 years long term. Gap exists in university or college and field, practice field or practical field, very important. Like that gap is very important. We actually do not know that gap. We cannot bridge that gap. If we bridge that gap, there should be no problem. Engineering can move and move very fast. But it does not move because what is taught is not actually really done, and what is done is not taught. So we have to first of all learn everything before independently claiming that I am expert of that. Being expert doesn't mean you are great. Only difference is that you have acquainted yourself to that exposure, to that experience which everybody cannot have immediately. It is combination of mind and your courage and dedication. You need not worry about your clothing, and you need not worry about your state of mind. You should worry about what just this person do for me. What just relieve it, or just relieve it. No. Engineering means quality. If I cannot give quality, quality means required quality, total quality, everything quality. If I cannot give quality, then I am not an engineer. I am just an ordinary layman, just like a illiterate supervisor who does not have any knowledge, who cannot refer to documents, who cannot refer to designs, and that refers to drawing only for purpose of arranging work, and that's it. Engineering is very difficult, in fact, if you really want to do it. Means you must have thorough experience of that item. If you make a mistake, it's very difficult to recover that. Engineering is such a field, means if you want to make a mistake or if by mistake you say, I took it, you are not there for action or no, you are wasted because your work did not reach originally. You claim that. When I say quality, it's horrifying. Believe me, it's horrifying. Some understands quality, their material should be good. Quality means workman should be good. And quality means something, they say, that's written on documents. Okay, to that extent fine, means they refer to something. But I don't refer that. I say total quality means everything, whatever you do in that, which are going to be tested, which is not going to be all. You should do in a compliant way. Specifically, contract compliant way means what contract requires, or if there is no contract you are doing yourself, what is required best, you do that. This is the basics of engineering. But it is very easy to speak like that, but you do yourself, then it's difficult. Horrifying is quality, believe me. You have to devote your time, you have to devote your functional knowledge, you have to devote your concentration to get quality. Because you are using those people who do not understand quality. Sometimes quality is not achievable, there is excuse. I don't accept that. It is only pretending that quality is not achievable. If quality is not achievable, don't do that job. You are wasting money. You are wasting money just by showing physically that we have done this. Engineering is not physical alone, it needs spirit in that. Engineering says, you must give me spirit, I will work for you. That spirit is very important. And if our project does not have that spirit in this, because every material is going to stay for decades. Concrete itself is going to stay for say 80, 90, 100 years. You cannot say. Similarly, all of the materials are going to stay that way. There can be many cases. Engineering gives society, gives world something solid. Imagine if I can do something myself, I think it's best. If I can do. If I cannot do, then I do take help from others. That's also true. I can get help only to some extent, not to full extent. That help I need whenever required, but not entirely. When I find some what is difficult, That word is available only in technical dictionary. I can go there in that terminology. I don't want to waste time much on explanation of this because documents are speaking. We have to think about only. And don't forget that these documents also were produced by some people. These are not automatic production. Based on experience, based on capability, based on understanding, and based on livings, and they produce documents for themselves. When we say that system of quality, actually engineering is a system, nothing else. Engineering is a system just like computer is a system. What is computer? We say system. It has some parts in that, they are assembled together to work in a circuit. Hardware operated by software. It's like that. This means there are systems, and on that another system operates on that system. Imagine if there is no software. What is purpose of computer? There is no purpose of computer. So we can say software is functional material, which foundation is hardware. Same way engineering technology, engineering concentration, engineering word is silence, while functions are speak. Just towards opening on site, any site, or in factory, or on some industry. What is happening? You don't think that's just a process. Much work is done behind that. Much research work, innovative work, functional work, all done. Engineering is a creation of mind, thoughts. Means your mind said something, you like it and do it, but it costs a lot. Not only costs a lot, it costs natural materials. It's much more than money. Money is only exchange value. Money is only exchange value. But that material which we use, that is natural. Even though in my room, in my area it's present in solid form because it was mixed up with other ingredients, it also became permanent in that one. Possibly it speaks slow, soil. Quality missed is everything missed, remember. Quality missed is everything missed. And quality once missed cannot be brought back. Because if you always lose 10% material, When I start materials, I start with what? When I start some project, what I see. As an individual, no. As an individual, I see, but that has to be decided by group, because it's the authority of group. How money is arranged because of group. But it does not mean that technically I lose. No. Technically I can never lose. Can never lose. Remember. Somebody may like it, somebody may not like it. Technicality is technicality. Technology is technology. And if you don't follow that, you can't produce results. You can't achieve anything. That is called material. Material. Material is very important in engineering because this is constituent of that structure. Every piece of material is responsible for structure. Every particle of sand delivered to site is free from all toilets. Quality system and systems quality, two different things. When I say quality system or system quality, my system starts from original state when we plan some project. Even that time land may not be available, but we say we can plan this project. We have to develop. We'll see this area will be available at that time or which area we have to protect. That time your system starts. And these systems are chained to other systems, then to other systems and to other systems, and then to, you can say, your procurement system. Delivery of projects. It happens sometimes you are nowhere in system despite you produce the system immediately. Let us start now materials, because engineering is limitless, unlimited, and maybe I don't know everything possible. Just imaginary, I'll say. Imaginary. But remember, materials are not imaginary. Stone, aggregates, sand, dust, rivers. First of all, just take, I want to do this. Keep in your mind what you want to do. If you keep in mind, your mind will tell what's right. Israel goes to Palestine to kill Palestine. Is this engineering? No, this is not engineering. But construction of Palestine is engineering. Construction of Israel is engineering. Whole Gulf countries developed because of engineering. It's mind. Engineering is mind. I again say it's mind only, nothing else. If somebody wants single word definition of engineering, it is mind. Application of mind. So if you are applying mind, you are doing engineering. Good morning, Suchandra Raju. Namaskar. Every project is functional, remember. No project is just for showing us there is something. There can be no such project. Every project is a functional one and it should be functional. Because if it's not functional, there's no meaning of that project. We construct railway, airport, roads for what? There's a function for that. Similarly, we construct buildings. What's function for that? We have to believe in that. We construct factories and industry. There's a function for that. These are going to change our development and economy. That's function of that. If there is no function, there is no engineering. Function, purpose, use are all engineering. So we can say what's function of material in that? Yes, that's the point. On paper we can make anything. We imagine, we draw. We draw in our mind on paper. Think on whether or not this thing is fine. Mind can draw that much. It was that time when there were no computers. No. We spend lot of money on buildings, and at the end we see building collapses and people die. It happens. What is that? Loss of human being, loss of material, loss of time, loss of money. Why it happens? It happens because of overconfidence. Overconfidence. No problem, nothing happens to it. No problem, nothing happens to it. Means you are ignoring everything in that. How? Why should it fall after all? Because everybody who is not competent is working on buildings. A person who knows nothing about building, he is abusing that and working for buildings through whatever means, through whatever skill of government is. Yeah, working. When I say fire, do you understand? Fire. F-I-R-E. Do you understand what is fire? Fire has no shape. Fire has no dimension. It's only fire in this world which it does not exist in measurement. It exists in effect. And it does not listen to anyone. It's not listening. But it's very strong. It's very strong for your building, for your office, for something. So we should consider engineering as fire or water or air for human being. If there is no room, no covered area, can you digest solar light? You cannot digest. Engineering is a fire for every body, or it's a water for every, it's a life. Building is a life for you for many years. And it's also fire. If your building is a flood, if your building catches fire, it's both way fire. Maybe you die in your building. So are you spending money that you are going to stay in graveyard? That point you have to think. If I spend money, my whole earned money onto a system where there is nothing available, even supplies. When I say material, there are many materials. Grossly, structural steel, reinforcing bars, both plain, taut or coated bars. There is precious concrete, and there are previously used to be timber, and for doors, windows, all others we use metallic elements. Coated one, that we use. Before 20, 30 years, 40 years before, people were having different nature. Now nature is just behind money, nothing else. And that is where knowledge has no meaning. If knowledge is no meaning, where is meaning? What is meaning? Money. If you stand with money fisted in, your hands fisted in, you are not going to spend anything. What shall your response say? What shall your, discontrol say? The workers are not going to stay, or still are not going to stay, they are going to die. Concrete, as I said before, is very dominant material in whole world, except in some world parts like US, England, it's not dominant much. Otherwise, very dominant material because its ingredients are available everywhere, locally. You know, stone chips are available from rock, gravel, you can say. Dust is available, sand is available, water is available. Or you can import, it's not available. There are different types of stone chips, or you can see these gravels in Qatar, which is much better than one is of limestone, other is of volcano. Volcano is process. That's all based on this. When say if material is available, means we have to get material from mining, that is rock crushing. We have to get maybe sand from mining or from surface. We have to get other materials from different sources. Just think of how much contribution of public is there, which can't see from your one location. Whatever material you use, that's being operated by someone, and that operation is done by mechanical equipment or machines. So machines are involved there as well. Human resources are involved, trucks are involved, crushers are involved, and many more machines are involved, and how many people are involved. Just to get that small quantity of aggregate. Aggregate means stone chips, or dust, or sand. Indirectly, those people are involved. That is called direct appointment type. Then these may walk away because this is only real thing, not organic one. It's completely passive nature of action we have. If I can't get this supply of aggregate, dust, sand, water, and workers, there is no way I can do anything. No way. We say 80% of cost in construction or 70% of construction goes to material, while 30% goes to work elements. This contribution by indirect public is very immense, and it's all over, not here. We are using many machines, excavator, you say, shovel, concrete pump, transit mixer, batching plant, vibrator, pumps. What for they are? It is for them. It is for them to make material, one material to another, another to third one, and deliver to yourself. They have changed their things. Whatever was, depending on the stage, they change that, they name it. This means there are many stages for constructing even for one item. Brickwork, you can say. You need first brick, then you can do brickwork. Is brick easy, you think? No, it's not. Just like there is a concrete production, a gravel production, there is a brick production. It's also a long process. You need first some materials, then you need some sand and ice, and that happens. 1 unit you spend on money, or 1 crore unit you spend money, it should come back. Only engineering is civil in which you have to manufacture everything yourself except brick or except raw material. That's the way one thing. How much water can it absorb, how much content, fat, don't 11 people, 11%. Others by others. Material we produce on site like concrete or like others are sold material. There is some soul in those, though we can't say confirm, but these act as if they are soul. Today you lay concrete and in 3 days you will go back, it's not staying. Now you will hear, how it's kind of stay. if you jump into primary engineering, there was nothing one time in engineering. Only research, and how to do something, how to find solution, that was. Now, major solutions are available, only some are not found. But question is not available solution, question how to upgrade them, how to move them faster. There was a concrete M15, 20 only one time. M15 was used, though M10 was also there. When I am saying M10, this is compression strength of that concrete and 20 is there. So M10 was used, M15 was used, M20 was used in binding, or we can say tower material, high material. And it's also was given that do not mix with SRC or something like that. Different types of cement cannot be mixed blindly due to chemicals available there. So there are many stages of development of current engineering, not only civil in all respects. So material is related to engineering, and material is related to science, to research and to production, as well as to engineering. It's related to that. Human being is followers of nature who are followers of engineering who can understand this. Sometimes it seems it's very simple, but in fact it's not. It seems it's too easy. It's not. Sometimes it's too flexible. Why it should be rigid, but it's not. Have you ever seen railway track? When you see track from a distance, you will find that gap is decreasing. Gap decreases towards far distance, and at you where you stand, it's wider. But practically, it's not that. It's only in view. It's only in your view that you see gap is it's narrowing down if you go further and further, and it applies to whole railway system. But when you measure, you'll find same width, same gauge. What does that mean? Effect of ice, same applies to engineering in construction. Effect of ice. We see something in 3 dimensions, that's the perspective. We don't find equal dimensions sometimes. A figure is equal, but it's not, it doesn't work. We have to define everything. And the definition depends upon character, upon properties, upon use of that material. Otherwise we cannot define. Just like we define cement, what is cement? What is aggregate? What is coarse aggregate? What is fine aggregate? What is water? What is chemical? We define. How do we define? We define based on their either production or their technical name. Technical production. Cement has its function everywhere, water has its function, similarly temperature has its function, and if all these functions stop working, what shall happen? You will have rubbish concrete. For the sake of material, we have to change our systems. I am just giving example of concrete, which is very perfect system, long term, usable, and very effective. Ox analyze, group analyze. Okay. When we say generally, we expand our field, but ultimately dominating material always does its effect. Imagine there is no concrete. Imagine there is no concrete involved. What we were doing? We were using stone, we were using brick, and we were using timber. We were using, artistic material for our beautification. At a time when there was no engineering, no concrete, no cement. Some villages, or you can say houses or hutments in villages, they call it kacha houses, and they make houses using clay, gara, or what you call it. So they say soil. They use soil for making mortar to construct walls. That is called temporary material. But that also makes house. That's true. That also makes house. Its effects are much better than concrete house, because that house, which is made of clay, and if not bricks, stones, that clay helps in, you can say, in water bodies. So here is some plastic on upper floor, and there is also a side tower. So we have to go to that age if we don't use concrete. Now say something. Don't use this material. Both same way. Use of material in right form on structures and buildings is engineering. We have to understand material, because this is not my production, this is natural production. We have no right to abuse material. We have no right to exploit that material, because it adds to environmental degradation. Whatever material we use from earth, that impacts on environment. That must be taken care of. But both must be taken care of. Both must take care of. Because of environment you don't do, the development will not go on. Even a country like America now says so many percentage of material we are using. And we too in this country say so much material we are using. We keep pride when it's exported, we keep there's a backing from there. So both ways different. foundation, which is also foundation of engineering. Foundation of human being is in school. Foundation of human is in school, university. Foundation of a person is in society. Foundation of a person is just to learn what's happening around. So we give this 5 verses as foundation. They are material foundations. If my foundation is weak, I cannot understand anything. If say I don't know A to Z, I don't know 1 to 100, shall I be able to calculate? No, cannot. I have some people who don't understand mathematics. They know good English, they know computers, but that person runs away from mathematics. Then we all pass. Prince, royal prince, what are they? Born rich with power, but their foundation is very weak. King is born in royal family, but foundation is very weak, but they are kings. My foundation should be strong, that's my choice. My foundation means my brain work, my contemplation, my power of thinking, my power of working, my power of talking, writing, speaking, and my power on top of that for understanding whatever I want to learn. And after understanding, learning to do it practically. My lifestyle should be that. I mean to say everybody's lifestyle should be that. We are living in this world not to die only. Those who can, they should work for this world. That's important. This was only philosophical I wanted to give to you. It happens sometimes that we say this material is very strong, but what happens? This material is very strong for some period. After that, this material shall start not giving the same properties as it was given first. When I say my material is strong, it is strong at that time, but after 50 years, 20 years, what happens? because atmosphere applies on material, heat and sun. After 20 years, whatever material I use, or 30 years, whatever material I use, you think it's same? No, it's not same. In that 20 years of use of that, but you know what happens? You don't know that happens. Continuous use of material, howsoever strong it is, its properties keep on changing because of so many reasons. Because of atmospheric action on that, application of solar light on that, application of moisture on that. Even though you think still okay, design okay, I'm not blaming you, I am blaming myself. What I said, I am blaming you nothing. Those 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years of material, it changes in its property, reduces that effect of its power, and that is called lost kelvins. Yes. Engineering is not burden, but it's a pleasure to me. It's the connection to humanity, it's a connection to nature, it's connection to harmony, it's connection to unison of life, it's connection to values, it is connection to social sciences, and of course management and engineering are there. Editing in engineering, editing method statements, editing in theories, editing in submissions, and editing in every documentation. People are very good at editing, but not in editing items, editing procedures. They can edit documents, but they cannot edit in field. I'm talking edit, not audit. Without knowledge of designs, materials, statements, procedures, methods, work of quality, mixing, material arrangement, combination of material, and smart standards of working, engineering cannot be done. It is system. It's not manipulation, it is system. It's maneuvering. It is, you can say, achievement. It's, you can say, relevance. And you can say technology, time, all. You can put any value there. Any determination there, it works in. Because you are doing something which impacts someone else forever. It's permanent treatment for you. Your diseases, you don't have residence, you want residence, so your treatment. Your problem is being solved. You don't have road is being constructed, your problem is being solved. That's called development or no development, doesn't matter, but it is treatment towards services that provides by engineering. So we should understand all those points, all those dependence factor that count in engineering. It's not simply that we have to link each to this. On graphs we have to understand how can we manage all those which come into our lives of engineers, civil, electrical, mechanical, all of the engineers. And if we don't understand them very well, certainly we can't do cooking in engineering. It's not doing cooking, we know cooking is allowed in engineering. Engineering itself is a domain of intelligence. Means we have to enter every material, structure of material, structure of all material, not only materials. You have to understand its nature, you have to understand its life, you have to understand how it can be corrected and defaulted, and how it can be corrected and, you can say, put into use again. We retrofit structures. Retrofit means we bring to same life as it was in origin, construction of that. After 20, 30, 40, 50 years we say this structure is distressed or it's not working to its original requirement. Because of what? Because of hysteresis loss. Hysteresis loss. Hysteresis. Hysteresis. That's called material has lost its properties. Not 100%, but to that extent that it doesn't work anymore. Either we destroy this, demolish this, construction new one, or we retrofit that one to take more and more forces, maybe for 1 or 2 decades more. So material knowledge is very important, technological knowledge is very important, and management knowledge, or you can say how to handle procedures, how to handle resources are very important. And all these are done through some person or through some company or through some else, to whom responsibility is given in form of some contract. This means we started somewhere, we started something, and got small piece in nature. And this game was heavily on those responsible now. When we stand in engineering field, we don't care for something else. There is only responsibility. Engineering means lose your sleep, lose that, and come out with shining face that tells people something is somewhere also wrong. My talk is a little different today because we have talked a lot on many things. How much could we understand to be retrieved? It's not simply talking without understanding. We have to understand nature of all this, and how much you understand nature, you can input in that, you can inject in that life, long life, working life. There are instances that people demolish buildings. It's done in many countries. After 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, they see it's not safe, they demolish it and make it again. Yes, they can afford, but every country cannot afford this. After all, material was used. When you demolish that, this is natural loss. Yes, you have money, you are doing another building, another structure on that, that's okay. But that material which is lost now, how can you? It will become part of earth, part of lithosphere, you throw it somewhere, then it will become again lost from value. billions of dollars, trillions of dollars are spent on construction, engineering. You can say major part of economy, major part of budgeting is spent on all types of construction. Industrialized promotion, industrial promotion, or others promotion. So much is taken from earth and used that we cannot quantify. Quantification is possible, but who does? We say we are doing development. Yes, we are doing development. We are doing development and sustainable development, we say it is. And we say sustainable development is many questions crop in automatically. Because development is one part, sustainability with development is other part. That sustainability we are not achieving at all. We are just achieving development, and result is that you can say COVID-19 is a result. Degradation of environment is a result. Air pollution is a result. Weakness of our body is a result. Tension relating to fibrin diameter. We have brought this world to a level where we cannot correct it. And we all countries in the world are jointly responsible for this cause of stupidity of ours. When my body system works, I am living, right? When your body system works, you are living. Just think if some system of people doesn't work. Can you live comfortably? You cannot live comfortably. If my heart stops, what happens, If my lungs stop, what happens, Or whatever part of body stops, what happens, Body stops moving, working, operating. And we feel it badly. When we feel comfort, we don't care for hard work. In hard work, opposite. You have to call it very fast. If you want something to be done rightly, you have to respect that subject. You have to respect that discipline, that profession. If you don't respect medical, you will not get treatment. If you don't respect law, you will not get good service of law. If you don't respect something, you will not get that. If you don't respect your commerce, you will not understand what is commerce and what is good or bad for you. You will make losses. That's what we say you have to understand everything. Systems are real. These are man-made, human-made for human for work. There can be errors in systems indeed, and we have to correct that error. There can be defective system, we have to correct that, because systems need modifications from time to time. If we cannot do that, we make mistakes. And mistakes are made. Mistakes are important for learning purpose. Not intentional mistakes, natural mistakes. Mistakes based on incomplete understanding of what you are doing. Incomplete understanding leads to mistakes. You want to do something, but you don't know how to do that, and you try to do that and get mistake. Errors-based activity leads to mistakes. And sometimes errors also bring by low stage certification more. When we spoil material, we cannot recoup. We cannot recoup original material back when we spoil it. And when we don't spoil material, we make correct use. We get something into dynamic state of motion, not static. Volcanoes too. Volcanoes related to the material volcano. Similarly, sedimentation is responsible, and similarly, metamorphic actions are responsible for rock material, for crust material, crust rocks are responsible as iron fill. Engineering moves with zero and enters final figure. This is process of engineering. It starts with something unknown and delivers known. Through mechanism of combination of material and energies. Engineering is a state of mind. What you can understand, that is engineering. What you can do, if you understand you can do, and if you cannot understand you cannot do it. Even if you are shown you won't do it. That is beauty of work. We simply say work. Yes, work we say. What you are doing, I am working. Okay. This can be any type of work, whatever type of work. We are working. A combination of thousands and thousands of work. A combination of thousands and thousands of activities. Combination of all, you can say. Combination of activities of all you know, whatever you say. If you are able to solve these connections of thousands of activities successfully, thousands of work successfully, and meet requirements of your specification, you certainly get some thought, philosophy, and delivery of requirement. That is engineering. When we design something, it's not simply that we fill in software and design. No, that's not right. If those who do like that, they are not complete designers. A vision you have to first develop. A vision in mind must develop. That vision should then go to software, not before that. We don't want early results, we want right results. If you calculate design yourself, what can design your own system? With 10x. We say this is engineered material, then you see backfill, backfill. Backfill. Backfilling of earth, is an activity which is very powerful but not cared for, and that's called backfill. Backfill means we excavate to construct something like foundations, and whatever space is available, we have to backfill with some material after doing all remaining activities. We simply say backfill. And it's not easy, it takes time. It doesn't consume much material but forces, activities, actions. It's we compact it You pack it, compact it, compact it, and compact it. It's very time consuming, it's very difficult, it's very slow because it cannot be done directly, it can be done directly. A difference of everything, difference of thoughts, difference in approach, difference in mind, difference of taking in, difference of thinking, difference of interaction, difference of interpretation, and difference of doing things result in different engineering results. Different engineering results. If you give design to 2%, 3%, you will find different designs of same because of mindset of everyone is different. Even if you specify them, you will find different designs. This is natural because everybody's minds is different. But if you give some materials, food directly, there's nothing as such, that's one difference. It takes a lot on new design. Sea is one. Ocean is also connected to sea. It's part of lithosphere. Though it is water, but it's lithosphere. Can sea vanish? It cannot vanish. Can lithosphere vanish? It cannot vanish. Can air vanish? It cannot vanish. All stay there. All stay there with their original functions which continue without any stoppage. No one can stop that function. It goes on and on. Imagine there was no water in sea. It was completely land, continent, complete sphere. There was no curves in that, no water there. What type of world would you have? No water in world. No water in world. When God makes that balance, when God thinks that way, that you have to cut some part of that. Now I can't say it was cut or it automatically became that and water came in. So cut was a must. It was cut or cut by water itself. Or water was within earth. It came out from the earth. Nobody knows that. No research has been done. So water is there. You cannot replace seawater by something. Similarly, you cannot cut solid part and replace by seawater. Automatically it becomes, by whatever action you can say, it happens. We can't think that way. Means where does knowledge come from? Question is that. Knowledge comes from contemplation. We contemplate based on existence, based on existing knowledge, whatever knowledge we have, we contemplate that. And for that contemplation, we live first. And if we don't live, we cannot do anything. Just like I said before, there's only one organ that God wanted to generate, and that is this organ. Other organs are supporting systems to let this organ work. But we do not care for that organ, we care for other organs. That's also a fact. We want to make our body very strong, very attractive, very beautiful, dynamic, slim, smart. We want to make that. That's good. Everybody should do that. After all, this is your body. You have every right to do that. But we don't care for mind. We don't care. Generally, people don't understand that from beginning itself. When you see, you study a lot, say in your school education, and you are tired, and your mother says, "Oh, leave it. Do study very little. You are tired. You take rest. Eat this and that." That mother does not understand mind is good. That's why that son or daughter studies. She would like to see her kid eat well, drink well, stay well, play well, and become very strong, big one. Means physically big one, not mentally big one. And if you are mentally big one, you are called mad, psychic, argumentative, talkative, debative. They call that. So you have no choice there. But ultimately, when you are in your control, you come to know value of your mind. When you move ahead of others, then people recognize that you are using your head. Until that stage, no. Scientists were not respected from beginning. They were respected much later, when their results were useful. Just think of that person who started wheel. Just think of that person who just thought at one point and resulted in gravity. Just think of that person who did not know about zero but resulted in zero, resulted in decimal. Just think of that person who designed all mathematics. Just think of people like that. You will find that life is different. You are using now developed life. We all have developed status. Current life is not ordinary one. It is advanced life. We have all subjects with us. We only study. We do not contribute anything else. We just study those subjects and apply them. It may be whatever field. Ready-made results are there. We only study those results. Results by some hundreds of people or thousands of people's efforts have been involved, and those results we study. We don't add anything, and we say we are educated one. We are educated one, but they were not educated one. They generated education that is different. We are just using their knowledge, but they generated knowledge, they gave birth to knowledge. They were exponent of their field. We are not exponent of our field. We are user of that. Just like we are software user, we are hardware users. But person who generated chips or generated anti-logs, logs, what about them? This means knowledge is very slow. It doesn't come instantly. It comes in long journey. But once it is given, it occupies it becomes power. What is happening today? Lakhs of scientists are available, lakhs of engineers are available, doctors are available. In every field, lakhs of people who are educated, well developed, they are available, but they are not able to understand about current situation, how it is happening of COVID. What does it mean? It means we have not studied the roots. We have studied what's available. We have not studied very well about evolution of development. We have only studied what is given to us. We taste it and eat it. So we are relative knowledge people. We are not original knowledge people. That is the difference. Whatever I am talking to is relative, whatever I studied. That's it. Maybe something in this which is original one, but that is not identifiable because it's all mixed up. When I'm saying mind was originally produced, nobody can accept this. What nonsense is talking? Yes, I'm talking nonsense. I'm saying God produced from whole to part. But engineering says you are producing from part to whole. That's the difference. Do you understand? When we human being produce something in whatever field which we can produce, in medical we cannot produce because that is produced practice here, human being is there. But in engineering we produce. In all engineering, you are making aircraft. You are not making aircraft as a whole. You make parts of that depending upon designs of that and then assemble them. Same thing in mechanical production, electrical production, and even in building production, we make each part and then make building. We make each part by each combination of material and make that part, and that part also we make from somewhere. So there are many attractions in each field. You procure something, you use it and then assemble it and connect it to something else. This is human design that we depend on each member of something. You manufacture a train, you lay some railway, you have to do each and every activity, only then you can do it. But does God do that? That's part. You imagine, can you do everything in which it go? Yes, they do in mythology, or somebody comes and does it like that over it. That's mythology, that's not actual word. So what type of design God does and what type we do? I say God designed this first and then all other parts. That was in contemplation, but when production comes, everything was produced in one go. In engineering, we used to call in surveying. In surveying, when the teachers used to instruct me to tell us is, you have to move from whole to part. If you want to find less errors in surveying, you understand what I'm saying? Surveying means how to take land and plot on a sheet in small scale, in reduced scale. There's say 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer land, you are going to measure it. Means you have to use some method to measure it. Measure means at all corners. Not just dimensions, I'm saying everything on that, you have to plot that area. That's called plane tabling we used to do in drawing. Now satellite is there, I'm not talking now. Basically, fundamentally, with first principles, we used to do that. So there was a plane tabling survey, there are so many surveys, chain surveying, and compass surveying, and so many original activities, original studies just to understand how we can do. There were many terms we used. So that was a theory we called, do not survey from part to whole, but survey from whole to part. Because when you start from whole and go to part, error is reduced, and if you start from part and go to whole, error is amplify. This was means a kind of understanding just to teach you, otherwise procedure is same. You have to go to whole area, put your stations, and then from there by triangulation or by whatever method at that time I used to do. I don't exactly remember that. That is very original, very means different now. Now it's not done that way. Now we have instruments, so many digital world and digital instruments that we can do it fast, or even by we can measure by satellite, or we can measure by GPS. We have used our Google Earth for measuring distances from Earth. Sitting somewhere measuring somewhere, this happened. So I was sitting in UAE, and I did something on a project in Doha, which is far from there, using Google Earth, and we used to measure from this point to that point, sitting in there, and so we could scale out that because it is exact one. So technology has changed world, this indeed, true. But basic is same. We are using softwares and designs. Use softwares. A software person did not do anything special in that. Procedures are same, only application is added on computer. So you save time and you have many options. Before we used to say, I am designing using first principle. First principle means original work. You have to consider every point in theory, and from each point you have to find. We will say, we will take what is moment of resistance in this beam, what is the moment in this column, what is bending moment here. This should be same thing is in design. There is no difference. Only is computer is used for that calculation rather than calculating manually. And when you use computer, it gives you many options there. If you put this dimension, this is result. If you put this dimension, this result. If you take this point into consideration, so options are available. In those days, options were available, but it was time consuming. Time is saved. Time is saved, but knowledge is not saved. That time you used to understand each and every point in details, and with confidence could say this should be the result of this. That was called experience earning, calculation experience. Now that quality is absent. Today we take that answer from computers, but we don't know this answer is right or it's not right. That we don't know. So that's a defect, and some defect is there. Why flights fail, why some systems fail? Because something is somewhere inactive or erroneous. That error is dangerous sometimes. There is small error, we can see, small error. Yes, there is a small error indeed, but error occurred at breaking point. That error occurred at control point, which fails all circuit, which fails all system, and your system stops. Error is small. Error is also small because error is not done by intention. It happens due to carelessness. Error is not designed. It's because of carelessness that error is caused. This point is very dynamic. When we move fast, certainly we ignore something, and when we think each and every point, errors are least expected. And when we cause errors, then we ignore one point. Okay, there is error. I look at later on. We look at this later on. Then we cause second error. Okay, we'll look at two. So it goes on cumulative, and we forget that, and that error is never corrected or taken care of. It doesn't automatically go. It remains in there. That is not intentional. That is due to carelessness. Engineering does not depend upon carelessness, because engineering has to work. Your product has to work. Your product has to work. Otherwise, your product got no meaning. People would say it's bad design or bad quality. Design bad is also bad quality. That you miss something in design, and that cannot be corrected after product is over. Product is delivered, so you cannot say I can correct it. You cannot correct that because it is linked to something else, that is linked to something else, and then something else. There is a chain link in that. You can correct. So what I am saying, there are merits and demerits in every approach. There are merits and demerits in every approach that we must understand. We must have patience, but world does not have patience. Everybody wants to run very fast and make money. Money making, earning is ultimate destiny of everyone. That is a problem in world. You don't want to stay with patience. You want fast results, very fast results. But you don't know speed is not in your hands. You don't understand what is speed. You don't understand how it is manipulatable. Because you are not owner of this earth. You are just a bird of this earth. What can a bird do? You are just a bird, a sparrow, pigeon, crow, frog. You may be a frog even, not bird. You may be bacteria. Yes, you have mind, but you can't control earth. You are using this earth yourself. You cannot control this. Earth is controlled by whom? Earth is controlled by God. You can't deny this fact. Can you go out of earth? Yes, you can say, I am going to space. The earth is already in space. Where are you going? Earth is a part of space. Earth is not a separate planet. This point we must understand. Everybody is jumping, oh, he have installed this satellite, that satellite, that satellite, this satellite. Yes, you have installed and you are using that. Did you understand earth? No, never. You did not understand earth. Had you understood earth, you would have solved problems of tornado, problems of cyclone, problem of tsunami, and all other problems you should have solved by now. But no, you could not. What sort of scientists we are? What sorts of engineers we are? We have to self-investigate. We have to reintrospect ourselves. Where is our deficiency? Our deficiency is in specialization. Everybody wants to be specialist of every subject. And when you are a specialist, you think you are big. Specialist means I am a specialist of this. That pride does not allow you to do general work. You keep off that work, and that's mistake. I am a specialist. I am not ordinary person. You are right, you are a specialist, but don't forget, a specialist doesn't mean you are not an ordinary person, because you are a specialist because you are an ordinary person. This point people don't understand. You have gone to a level of a specialist. This means you have gone from class 1 to class 12 or 11, and then to your first degree, and then to your second degree, the higher degree, like that. So you have learnt all that. You include yourself that in that. So if it's required, you have to work as ordinary person, you work as ordinary person. And when required to work as specialist, you work as specialist. But this doesn't happen. A doctor who is a specialist thinks I'm a specialist. I won't see other patients, I will see only my patients, my field related patients. Physician, I'm not physician, I am a surgeon. Means why are you not physician when you studied physician? Oh, I am. Yes, you have jumped over, you don't want to come down. This means is that. That is where problem lies. If you are working in office, You think I am an officer, I do not take glass of water myself, I can't hold my bag myself, then this is your weakness. This is not your efficiency. Human weakness is there. Human gets pride very fast. I don't know for what. We all have high degree of pride. Everyone all over the world. Some doctors were forced to work for COVID treatment, though they were not specialists in that. They are not still specialists now. They have not understood very well what is that, but they want. They are learning. Every knowledge comes from that. If I say I'm so high profile engineer, and if I have to work in sun, I can't serve, I can't do that, it's not my job, I am a specialist, I am MTech, I am PhD, I am this engineer, I am that engineer, this is not my job, you send some other person. You are missing knowledge of learning. You are missing something because that is also your field. You cannot say no. You cannot say no. That is part of your education. Yes, you are a specialist, but you are generalist as well. If you do not understand the roots of a tree, you cannot understand branches. You cannot understand trunk of that tree. You cannot analyze fruits of that tree. We have to know that. We have to know that. Oh no, I have only to understand this fruit. I will analyze this. I don't care for root of this. You can't analyze that. You can analyze that, but can't correlate to root because you did not study root. You missed it. You studied, but you are not caring for that. When we calculate, if somebody asks me 2, 8 plus 2 is equal to how much? Can I say this in my job? I have to say that. Because without that I cannot calculate anything else. So what I am saying is, if you forget your roots, if you forget your ground, original ground, where will you stand then? Tell me, where will you stand? Same thing I said, there is a soil. If I ask myself, what is best material in soil, in my field? Why people run away from soil, do you know? Why do people run away from soil? My shirt will get dirty, my face will get dirty, my hands will get dirty. So run away from soil. Oh, this room is dusty, I can't sit here. My table is dusty, I can't. I want clean, tidy. Where is the soaking is going? But why do you hate that? Why do you hate that? Your life is dirt. Dirt is in my body. Dirt is on my face. Dirt is everywhere. Dirt is a part of life. Dirt is in air. You are smelling in. You are inhaling air. Your nose, these filters can't stop every particle from entering your nose. Your eyes get dust particle. So why do you say I don't want to take dust? You are born in dust. You are born in dust. You should understand this fact. You are a part of soil. But you hate soil. This is dirty area. I want pakka, packable surface, clean surface. Because your knowledge is inadequate. Yes, stay clean, stay everything fine, but don't run away. If I say same thing, I can't work. Because I have to work in dust. When we go to some project, dust is there, ground is there, garbage is there, night soil is there, trees, plants, weeds, growth, everything is there. We have to survey also, we have to investigate also, we have to do everything which there is no room, there is no seat, there is no stones table or timber table. There is nothing. There is no water to drink. It's desert, it's forest. People survey there, and for many days they survey there in that inclement weather condition, adverse weather conditions. It's high temperature or too low temperature. It's high wind. It's desert dust storms sometimes. In hot arid conditions, you will find dust storms. So what shall you do? You will run away. Run away from where? When there is thunderstorm in here, don't run. Will you leave earth and go? No. Here, because you can't do anything else, that's why you stay there. You have no alternative. No alternative at all. I see all hate the original material which build you up, you hate that. Still your life is dependent on buildings in which you live, whatever type of building. Made of what? Made of dust particles. Somewhere there is dust involved. Somewhere. Just like we hate our night soil, we hate our urine because we don't like it, it smells. It looks sticky, dirty. But that comes from where? It comes from the body. It goes to somewhere which is then reshaped to soil, reshaped to fertilizer. Circle is same, life is same. When we die, our body is decomposed into fossils, into ashes, into chemicals. It's done. It's process. Because you don't like something, you run away. That happens practically. It's not because of your lack of understanding, lack of knowledge. Let me put light off. If you want to be real person, real human, you have to rethink how to live. Life is not difficult, we made it difficult. We want to achieve everything in life, but we don't want to sacrifice. A farmer is working in field. What does he do? He is not gone to college, he is not gone to higher education, but that person is giving you, that person gives you, which you cannot take yourself. Can you work in place of that farmer? If you can work in place of that farmer, you have every right to argue. That farmer is also a human being. If you see farmer of America or England, they wear pant and shirt. Some wear tie as well, cap as well. They are also farmers. People working on construction sites, they wear pant and shirt. Before they did not use that, used dhoti or kurta like that. So as time advances, now farmers are using pant and shirts, but they are working in soil. They are working in water. They work in water and soil and sun and cold, all weather, freezing conditions too they work. And if they don't work, from where shall you get crops? That work only they can do, you cannot do. This means you are not qualified for that activity. So it doesn't require any educational qualification, it requires skill. A skill of farming. A skill of farming. It's a skill. They know technical work of involved in that, they know technology, they know agricultural process. Agriculture is itself an engineering field now. It's engineering brain, engineering, then it's a branch. Do you know agriculture engineering? Other than agricultural sciences, it's a complete engineering. Though people are not very much in that. There are not many people there because agriculture, oh, yes, that comes in. So, engineering is like that. Agriculture is like that. If you don't have food, you can't survive. This means if there is no agriculture, you can't survive. Similarly, if there is no water, you can't survive. If there is no sun, you can't survive. Your body requires every support from nature. Because you say your body is built of 5 elements. We generally say that. I exactly don't know how many, but they say. That's water, fire, soil, ether, air. Right? Water, fire, ether, air and soil. We say our body is constituted by these 5 elements. So soil is there. Why do you hate? Soil is already there. Why do you run away? You are staying in your body which is made of soil, which is made of water. Some water comes in room. Oh, you start panic, see it's leaking, water is coming down, I can't do that and this. You do that. Why? Why do you do that? But you do that because of your foolishness. You don't understand that's part of life. That is part of life. My beautiful material in my field is soil. Soil. I don't care how do people think. If no soil, because soil is earth. Soil is earth. And earth is a body, a sphere, spherical body on which we all are staying. In this life. I don't know other life. In this life, certainly we are using earth as our floor, as our base. No earth means we can't stay, will die. This is applicable equally for everybody, for human beings, for animals, for birds, for all. Water bodies, soil bodies, everything. Earth is biggest constituent part. It's biggest constituent of our lithosphere. Water is very small quantity. Means water is there but small quantity. Earth is there, continental, I mean to say, solid part of earth is in big quantity. You just imagine, calculate yourself. They say that two-third part of, they say 3/4, but 2/3 part of the surface of earth is water body. And on 1/3 we are staying. You can just find out what is solid part of earth. But water body, that is sea or rivers. Rivers are not very deep, we know. We can even ignore their volumes. But sea, which area we call sea, that is maximum 4 kilometers. And ocean is maximum 10 kilometers. So if you know surface of water body and 4 is the maximum, this means on both part of that 4, somewhere it is 0, 0. So you can say average you can take 2 kilometers depth of water in sea and 5 kilometers depth of water in ocean. So you shall exactly know quantity of water approximately. And then you can compare to total volume of earth, total volume of lithosphere. This is volume of water. You know what small percentage of water comes in. But don't forget, water is not only in water bodies, water is also available in reservoirs of earth. Just like petroleum products are available, water is also available, and maybe some other liquids too are available which we are not aware of. Maybe. Who knows what happens in future? So this is, I understand everything a part of engineering. Because engineering means extraction of natural materials and using them for our development work. It's nothing separate, nothing, we don't have any other source to get material. Whatever we get materials from, it's from lithosphere and earth, and we use them into our engineering activities, whatever type of engineering activities. There is no engineering activity involved in all fields of engineering where natural materials are not used. It's everywhere, even in computers. You use silicon chips, you use hardware. From where they come? You are using flights, bombers, you are using batteries, you are using many weapons. From where they come? They come from hard earth. Have you heard? Just like hard water, there is hard earth. They come from, ultimately it is earth. We don't have any source that we can name it human source that gives us material. Human source only understands this material. Human source only understands this material. Nothing more. We try to understand these materials in details and try to again use that in our best fitness, best suitability, so that we do some reliable work, beneficial work. Otherwise, it's all material, nothing else. Air is material, permanent material, also like water. It's very different material. Air, can you store it? Can't. How much you will store? 20 kilometers above sea level or surface level. On an average, I am telling you, I am not telling exactly, I am not measured it. Only for information I am saying. It may be 30 kilometers. Let us say 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers surrounding sphere over earth surface, lithosphere. That volume of air, you can calculate how much is this. And then that air is so big in quantity, can you store it? Well, it's already stored by nature. No need of storing this. It is stored as well as it's active both ways. It is stored and it works also same time, because it is linked to other forces of nature, other agencies of nature, like continental part, like water body, like solar radiations, and like effect of sky, effect of other planets, effect of sun. We should not forget that earth is not stationary. Maybe everybody does not understand that point. Earth is not stationary. No planet is stationary in solar system. All planets keep on moving on their respective axes as well as orbiting sun. Same is Earth. That is design of nature. You always say, but why it is moving? Because equilibrium condition is important. Think on Earth is not moving. It neither moves on its own axis nor moves orbiting sun. It's stationary just for half an hour. Can it stay? Do you think? Can it stay? If Earth stops revolving around sun and revolving around on its axis, shall it stay for half an hour? That is a question. Think of. It can stay or it cannot stay. It cannot stay because when it's a movement, it's in its own force and under influence of others, and that force of attraction or repulsion, whatever, that keeps it buoyant, buoyant. It keeps itself buoyant so that it keeps floating in space. Floating in space. Earth's a part of space. They say we are going to space, I say we are already in space. We are on Earth, that's why we don't understand this, but it's in space. Again I remind, Earth rotates on its axis at 1600 kilometers per hour approximately. 1600 kilometers per hour approximately. Your flight can't move that speed. 1600, only supersonic aircrafts. And this Earth moves while it orbits sun at speed of 1.25 lakh kilometer per hour. 1.25 lakh kilometer per hour. Just think of that. Earth is about 12,000 kilometer diameter. So you say in 1 hour it moves 125,000 kilometers in circle, in orbit of sun. It's located from sun at a distance of 15 crores kilometer. What happens now? Means if your Earth is at one location at moment, in 1 hour it has to shift to 125,000 kilometers off next location. This means 125,000 and 12,500 is 10 times. This means in 1 hour, if you think of this Earth was here in our 1 hour, it shall move to 10 places of Earth. It shall move to 10 places of Earth, means 10 times of, if you keep 10 Earths together, everything each Earth, that is distance it covers in 1 hour. 125,000 kilometers. Can you imagine that speed? Can you imagine that speed? 125,000 kilometers per hour. But we are staying in that speed, we are tolerating. With these two speeds, 1600 and that one, Earth is a rotating body. It's not stationary body. It can't stop. It can never stop. Because there is connection between this and other planets. Rotary connection, centrifugal connections, and radiative connections, magnetic connections, which are not visible. From this earth, we are talking about use of this. Every particle of our air, our lithosphere, and everything, all whatsoever is there, rotates with that speed. I am also rotating with that speed, and you too. So we don't feel that. These points are very easy to understand, but we have made them difficult. If I stand at sunset, again I am telling you, I told many times, if I stand at sunset and I see where earth is, it shall be very difficult for me to find where earth is. Otherwise I need those instruments, such types of instruments that I can see at a distance of 15 crore kilometers from sun to earth. Because I would see billions of stars also from there, just like we see from here. From there too we'll see stars. So where is earth? Because from here when we see this is sun, we see every day. Let us say this is about 8 inches or 200 mm. When we see from earth, when we see clearly, it's about 200 mm diameter. It's a small circle or a small card piece. It's around approximately, if you compare to our scale, it's this size. But when you stay there, what size of earth would be same? Have you ever thought? Did you ever think about that? Never. Because you don't need thinking. Think and see how much it comes. It will be only 2 millimeters. 2 millimeter circle. 2 millimeter. What the stars you see there? Hardly that size. Maybe that's lesser than that. And we are taking materials from this dynamic body of earth. Dynamic in a sense, this is not stationary. This is moving, revolving 24/7. But we don't feel it. Means what design? Residents of earth don't feel that they are revolving, they are orbiting, they can't feel. Is this not a comfortable design? It's same thing as you are sitting in an AC room and you don't feel AC is working. You are traveling by train, you don't feel train is running, or you don't feel flight is moving. You are so comfortable there. When do you feel? Only when there's little jerk in up, little disturbance maybe from within due to seismic action or due to tsunami, which for God is nothing, no valuable. For God, this is nothing. Earthquake or tsunami, nothing for God, because these are little internal disturbances. Internal disturbances. Why does tsunami come? This is all engineering matter. What is tsunami? This is so much water has risen in sea and it's running towards beach, it's running towards shore. We say and we are fearful because it's going to damage us. That's why we are fearful. Otherwise, no. If suppose it's so intelligent tsunami, it doesn't harm you, it goes safe with passivity without any loss, you won't care for that. But it does. Just like there is disturbance in air, there is disturbance in water body, sea or ocean. There is disturbance due to pressure difference possibly, or due to release of energy from inside. When there is release of energy due to plate tectonic movements, it's also due to pressure difference or some other reason. So that energy goes to that stationary water which is under much pressure from much pressure. Which pressure is there? That's the point. That is hydraulic pressure of water body. Hydraulic pressure, I mean to say 10 kilometer inside waters. That is ocean, and 4 kilometers inside water is sea. So let's say 10 kilometers down, What is pressure? Imagine what's pressure. 10 kilometers down, 1 meter down is 1 ton per meter square. 1 kilometer down, what is that? 10 kilometer down. 1 meter is 1 ton. 1 kilometer is 1000 ton. That is 1 kilometer. So 10,000 ton per square meter is pressure there. 10,000 ton. 10,000 ton per square meter is pressure at ocean bottom. Just imagine. Is it joking I'm saying you? 10,000 ton per square meter. If you have a plate of 1 meter by 1 meter at that level, it's under pressure of 10,000 ton per square meter. 10,000 ton means 40. So 8 zeros are here. 7 zeros, so 10 to power 7. 10 to power 7 ton per square meter. That pressure, if disturbed by something, if this pressure is disturbed by something, think of that pressure at 10 kilometers down, if disturbed by some upward pressure of energy release, how much that pressure should be, which pushes water up. Think this way. There are rocks at that point, very strong rocks, because those rocks are supporting this pressure, 10,000 tons per square meter. Those rocks must be much more than that. That's why they are supporting it, due to energy within the rocks. So when there's uplift of, this must be much more than 10,000 tons. This may be 50,000 tons per square meter, who knows? So this effect of opposite pressure pushes this water at that level where there is a difference to upper levels. Now I'm not saying whole surface, upper levels. Say in localized portion where there is a disturbance or there is a fault or there is fold or there is a movement of plates to plates, and that movement creates some energy release, and that energy is say 5,000 tons per square meter, equivalent pressure, then this standstill water of ocean moves on. And you call it a tsunami. But for its internal actions, this is normal. Same, it generates same way earthquake, and it also impacts same way all creatures in sea water. Same way. They are disturbed, their lives are disturbed, probably they die in that pressure. Those seafood creatures located at say 500 meters below or maybe more, and with that upward pressure, they may be thrown out and they also killed. This common sense engineering gives you all answers here. So temperature is affected when pressure is affected. Chemical equations P1 V1 over T1 equal to P2 T2, P2 V2 or T2, PV over T means temperature is inversely proportional to pressure. So what shall happen? You can see yourself. You apply that and see. This is engineering. We have to understand fluid mechanics in civil engineering. This is a part of fluid mechanics. Though I did not study that, I can understand basics of fluid mechanics. Hydraulics, you can say, fluid mechanics. This is nothing else. How fluids behave, how solids behave, and how interaction between two. That's called tsunami or earthquake or something or storm. The storm is not that powerful, but it also generates because of that. Because of there is some lower depth of sea, maybe say 1 kilometer, and there's again release of energy. So again storms do it. This is what we have to think. So far, science of geology has not advanced that much, but advanced or no advanced, we have minds to think and we can think. Question is thinking, and that's why I say in my title, human thinking. Human thinking is basics of everything. Problem is we educate ourselves, we go to colleges, universities, but we are short of thinking. We are short of thinking, we do not think that's our deficiency. Our teachers just say you pass, you do this and pass. They are interested in passing only. Well, that's essential. Without pass you can't get degrees. But passing is not enough. Because you can pass degree, examination, you have to pass field also. Degrees, post degrees and doctorate degrees are different. I am not differentiating them. These are qualification degrees. These are passes of courses. I am talking of degree of thinking, which is not certified by anybody. Only you can certify your degree. How advanced thinking you have, that cannot be measured by whosoever professor or examining bodies there. Thinking cannot be earned by books. Thinking you have to originally generate. Because thinking generates something. It's very small word think. But remember, think is used with tank. Think tank, think well, think reservoir, think sea. You can make like that. What is thinking? We say thinking, but what is thinking? It itself raises a question. Can you define thinking? If you can define, yes, whatever you studied in your books or in your research work, there is definition of everything. When you start some subject, always there is definition of something. When we start contract, we define what are these definitions. When we study some theories, we write these definitions. And we understand they are predefined definitions, we study in our syllabus. This is definition of this and this is definition of that. We know that there is definition. That definition is known. That is true. We know that definition. But what is definition of thinking and not thinking? Can you understand that? Yes, translation is there. Its meaning is there. That is in dictionary. But what does thinking mean? Because, first of all, it is related to mind, brain. It is related to your life. It is related to your knowledge. It is related to practical aspects of life, most important. It is related to environment. And it is related to your learning. There are many relations. And on top of that, it relates to your brilliance. That is called power of thinking. Your mind, active mind, not passive mind. There are people who have minds, but they never use their mind due to whatever reason. Because use of mind is also a capability. There are many people with great minds, but they never use that. because they don't need that. They have enough jobs, they have enough money, they just want to live and enjoy. And such people who do not use mind, and whenever there is some pressure or mind is, oh, I am in depression. Such people only, not all. Those who use mind, they never have depression. Because they are all in depression. Use of mind itself is depression. Without depression, you cannot use your mind. And once you start using your mind, you won't even know that your mind is working because it's working. You are in that environment, you are used to that environment, working environment. Your life becomes like that. Your nature changes, your personality changes, you sometimes laugh but criticize, you sometimes cry but you can appreciate someone, possibly in crying, reverse game, and you always write questions or raise questions. You ask questions, such questions, others feel irritated because you use mind. And remember, only money is to use mind. Your mind is an only weapon much more dangerous than every other weapon in the world. Mind is such a weapon. But this weapon, how to use this weapon is not known to all. Not known to all. If you use this weapon after some studies only, you can say after your completion of education, and you start using mind, as much as you use your mind, you will develop your mind that much. Not only developing mind, but also storing capacity you would have of your mind. My mind has this capacity to store. That capacity is very important. That capacity is very important, very dynamic, because you use that. If you have mind. That's why I use terminology think. If you are habitual of thinking, there is no problem in life. At least, problem can be solved by thinking. Thinking means doing something. Thinking doesn't mean you show to others that I am thinking. This means your face may be whatever. Your mind is dynamic. It doesn't act in one direction. It acts in all directions. Radially and sectorially. You get my point what I'm saying? In geometry, we know this is radial, this is tangential, like that. Or whatever terms we use, the same I'm using here. It's nothing to psychology or something. And people say mind is related to psychology. Yes, that is true. Because mind relates to your soul. Mind relates to your soul. And soul means strength of your conscience, which is strength of your spirit. The spirit is also unit of energy, measurement of mind. So your body is controlled by your mind. Everybody's body is controlled by mind. So mind is something that is hidden power in you. Mind can lead in all directions, remember. It's not in one direction. Mind can lead to you to struggle. It can, physical struggle I'm talking, not mental. There can be no mental struggle if you use mind, no possible. And it can lead you to negative direction as well, because after all mind is saying something. Sometimes minds give you 4 options. It also happens. You have to select option yourself. It would tell you everything about that, but even then you select wrongly without doing all analysis. Can happen sometime when you are drunk. This happens, those people who use lot of mind because they can't sleep. Sometimes they use to tactics of drinking. This can happen, nothing new. And always answer when crossed in, or always cross question when somebody answers. And people start calling them, this man is Sankhi or psycho. Yes, you are right. You are psycho, you are Sankhi, because you are using natural power. It's natural power. This is instrument to think. Instrument to think. And this instrument is not supplied by any chemical company or any, you can say, call it electronic company. This is inbuilt from God. Inbuilt. This is a part of your body. And this mind is very powerful, very dangerous, very beneficial as well. But you need chance to use it. That chance is very difficult to find. Because you are in whatever organization working, you work in an organization or work in somewhere else, wherever you work. When people start understanding you are very intelligent, you are this and you are that, your mind is very active, they would not like to receive you. Or you think they will welcome you? Never, never, never. They won't welcome you because they consider you are mad. They tease you that you are mad and you should go from there, because they want to get rid of you people. If they want intelligent people around them who can question them. And they know so intelligent persons will become our head later on and cause problems to us. Hardly there are 0.01% people in the world, those who welcome brilliance. Otherwise, no, everybody is selfish. You might have seen all over world I'm talking, not in our country. Everywhere, no politician wants intelligent people with him. No politician. Because, there is a clash always. Always there is a conflict between a politician and mind person. Because mind person can never play politics and politician can never have mind. Both are in reverse direction. If you want your mind be used, then you can't be politician. Because what politicians do, you can't even think of. And politicians can't be intelligent, because if they are intelligent, they can't be politicians. They can be scientists, they can be doctors, they can be engineers, they can be whatever else. But they won't like to be in politics, because in politics, mind is not required. In politics, mind is not required. But it is not my statement. It should be required. Unfortunately, politicians don't like, Well, today I am talking something, maybe you are thinking why I am talking this. This is very strong base I am trying to consolidate here. Because all this depends on my future discussions. This thing, education, soil, earth, all are linked to life, and particularly for civil engineering profession, these are very important, because we only deal with natural materials. We deal with natural materials and natural technologies, because sun, air, water, radioactivity, all affect our systems which we make, our structures we make. Water affects, sun affects, rain affects, air affects, thermal energy affects. What is left? Radioactivity affects, air, and you can say pollutant affects in our construction, design and industry. Our material, whatever we produce, because we have natural materials, we produce some other material to construct our structures. So our structures are also materials. So these agencies that I told you, these agencies cause destruction or deterioration. I should clearly say deterioration of those structures that are produced by ourselves throughout world. Those structures are required to be protected from negative impact of these agencies so that their life can be enhanced and we don't have to do it again and again and again and again. That's reason that I'm talking of this assimilation of different agencies. Water affects corrosion. It leads to corrosion, and corrosion can deteriorate your steel work within concrete. So if life is 100 years, you think of it will be 10 years only. Like that, water affects, air also affects, heat energy also affects every building. These points we must understand first. I'm not saying go into details of that. I'm not going to details of that. There's no need. Details you can go later on once you understand what is philosophy behind that. Sometimes it's very easy to say we know everything. Yes, we know everything. We know everything. Nothing is unknown to us. But we don't know effects of that. For example, fire. Many times I give this example. Fire is such a material which is not defined. They may say this chemical gas, and this chemical gas. But can you control fire? Can you measure fire? Can you store fire? None. You have no equipment, you have no method that you can store fire. Nothing is there. I store this fire today. I will keep it there as it is. When I require, I'll use it. Have you ever heard like that? Never. And moreover, fire cannot be handled. There is no mouth of fire, no input of fire and no output of fire. Fire life is very limited. It can expand indeed, but if controlled, it can be suppressed. So life of fire is only up to that point, it is suppressed. And its generation is also by some error or by some default or failure in control. Fire is bad. Fire cannot be measured except due to its intensity and temperature. Like that, we have to understand all materials. Water we have to understand. Water is that water makes concrete, but it also can destroy concrete. Fire can make something, it can also destroy. Fire can make food for you, but it can burn your home. Without fire you can't make food. Without fire you cannot drink water, hot water. Without fire you cannot live. But it can also burn everything, it can destroy everything. So both plus and minus points do apply. It's by every material. When we say our body is made of fire, we say that. But that fire is through sun. That fire is through some means we eat hot. That's also fire part. We also take cold. We also take milk, water, all materials we take. So there is little fire applicable to body, but fire is destructive when it's uncontrolled. Building you make with such high technology, with so much material, so much contribution by human being, and you spend a lot of money in that. And even then fire comes and destroys it within a couple of hours. So your work of years is destroyed in a couple of hours. That is beauty and power of fire. Is it not interesting, you think? It's very interesting. I did a lot of building. They say, we spent this much money, that much technology. We spent so many hours of this high resistance. Let's see, it failed. It failed. And if you want to see how fire happened, nobody will allow you to go there until everything is normal. That is what fire is about. This talk is very limited, but based on facts. All these 5 elements we talk of are engineering based. Fire is engineering based, soil is engineering based, water is engineering based, and air is engineering based, and ether is engineering based. This means these are not only, there are so many, but these 5 are important. If we understand these points, these materials, available materials, we have to contemplate. For sure, you would understand many points. Thinking is biggest tool, more effective than certificates. Certificates also you got through thinking, but that thinking is limited. Because your guide, your professors, your lecturers cannot feed thinking in you. They can feed thinking related to your syllabus, not otherwise. But I want thinking in you without syllabus. Every thinking has its own syllabus. You don't need syllabus for that. Every thinking has its own syllabus. If you do that, you do wonders. It's said that there are many specialists. It's difficult to work. It's difficult to work. And where there's one specialist, it's easy to work and decide. Why do we bind ourselves in some mechanism that does not solve our problem? Why? You have to decide if skill is important or your certificate is important. A skill that tells you all corners, all dimensions, all diagonals, all angles, and how to adjust them and calculate. A skill gives you that. Now we say management and engineering, we always talk of, I've been talking of that, management and engineering and organization. My organization is thinking. I remember many people in my career, many nationalities, which always so think, use your mind. One time I I was in charge of a project of landscape in 1985, school's landscape, and my senior was from Lebanon, manager of projects. I was site agent. When I did not know much about landscape, I knew landscape is there, but how it is affected means I was not much sure of that. So he used to come and tell me, oh, you use your mind. Use your mind. I could not understand. Mind? Where I use my mind? See, these people speak like that. These Arabic people, and particularly educated one, they believe in mind. They don't believe in education much. So he was right at one place, means I was thinking that everything I had to do according to drawing, and drawing was little defective. And I had set mind that I have set in my mind that we have to comply with drawing. Yes, if drawing is sometimes not based on actual site conditions, particularly in works like landscape and this and that, because nobody cares for. Sometimes labels are wrong, something is wrong, and sometimes it's given such a way that you have to fill out soil. And there's a limit in our specifications that you have to excavate this much only for pit of a tree or for grass or this and that, and also soft landscape. Then he told me, why you are demanding, you just raise this portion, bring this last portion. And that person used to talk from contract viewpoint. Why you are demanding this and why you are demanding that? Because I never ever knew what landscape was. They say, use your mind, you are an engineer. So that project was done. I'm just referring to how these people think of. Everything cannot be shown on drawing when there is no structure. Structure is something else, but when there is something just to decorate or to cover up, their drawings are not very clear. Sometimes I know these people who are designers, particularly British guys, they go to site and see, okay, I make it like this and make it like this. Just want to this section, okay, make it like this. This they define on site itself. Change all what because ultimately you have to deliver. Means if there is a specification that there should be 300 millimeter of thickness of soil, sweet soil, you can't fill 2 meters, you can't fill. So 300 mm is in average 300, it can be 350, it can be 250, means on an average it should be 300, so your grass can be grown. Or your pitch should be 1 meter by 1 meter, so 1.5 or 1 by 1 by 1, so that your tree can be grown, can be put in that place. Your trees, roots can be placed in that. So purpose is that. Purpose is not your dimensioning or your labels. Your land should be visible clearly. Water should flow, rainwater should not accumulate in one place. There should be like that, beautiful grass and that. Purpose is that. Soft landscape, this is never permanent. It will keep on changing its terrain all the time. That was sole purpose. But I was short of experience of that, but because I never did that work. So I had to learn, so I learned that. But what I say, all the time I've seen these people generally, use your mind. What they mean to say, use your mind and find solution. Don't go theoretically, don't go and you find some problem is there, suggest your proposal, make a proposal and give them. I mean, you understand me? If there is some knowledge, something is not clear, there are two ways. Either you seek clarification if there is a conflict. This is this, there is a clash, there is a conflict. I can't do this. There should be another way it can be done. And another way is this, you give your proposal, so they approve, or you demand them what should be done it is saying this and it is saying then answer should come. But for very small items, you can't wait for months. So what we do, we just make something ourselves, design, small design, prepare it, okay, we want this way, and okay, do it this way. Time is saved and your knowledge is used, and you, because you made yourself, there's no difficulty in doing that. That is where mind is dynamically used, I can say. You threw away that detail which was unsound mind based, and you used your sound mind and produced something else. And work is done. So which one is beautiful? Which one is, I'm not saying beneficial, it's not even much profit or something, saving of time so that you can complete your work. That is philosophy behind that. It's not for structures, no. It's only for some additional items which are not related to structural engineering or structural designs. Just like landscape, just like some seeds sitting in landscape, or some other small items that are required there. So use of mind is sometimes very brilliant itself. Because if your mind is not clear, I am giving you clear value, I am giving you clear information, what's the problem? Use that. Nothing, no, there's no problem, you can use that. What's wrong with that? If you are not able to give, I am giving you. So use it, find it, answer this, and that's it. So that's why I understood what is value of thinking. Problem exists, we don't think. We all behave in a rigid way. I have seen hundreds and hundreds of clashes in utilities work. On a big plant, many utilities were there, 500 or 400 manual jumpers were there, different services. And clashes and clashes and clashes, and side engineers used to come to me, this is a problem, write to them and get answer. Or we want this, tell them we want this, play up this. So I used to study all that information, go to various drawings, but I never depended on what they said, and we just discussed with them, we made and say, therefore I clarify this, which one is correct. So sometimes there are 2 or 3 contradictory information available on your contract data, or you can say design, and which one is right is not known. So in that case you can say this drawing says this drawing says this, so which one is right one? Or there's other issues, say okay, we don't understand what you're doing, we are proposing like this. Or there's no detail available, we are proposing like this, you approve this. They may approve with some amendment or something. It only saves time. And when there is a problem, when we go to site and see what problem is, how it can be resolved, we go together with person who has to decide there and make a note of this, technical, very accurate with this one. So like that, if there are say 500, 1000, 2000 such queries, you can't wait for every procedure. You have to be dynamic, think and find solutions. Sometimes solution may be expensive, sometimes it may not be expensive, depends, but on an average it's same. Time is important, because if you stop that activity, other activities in sequence to that activity or interconnection that shall also stop. That's the point here. There may be some external party as well working there. They'll say your work is not over, why, how can I do it? The question comes into you and you go and answer. So therefore, best solution always remains that find a solution in whatever way and do job. Ultimately, performance is required, functioning is required of that chamber or that element which you are deciding for. That is unable to function in theory, so it must be detailed out that it functions. This is functional item. It's not my performance, it is performance of that unit we are deciding about. So this happens when there are big projects and many utility services around water line, sewer line, rainwater, storm water, and gas line, and this line and that line, and chemical line, is no limit. Culvert, box culvert, this culvert, that culvert, design not available. Oh, don't wait for design, propose your design so that work moves. You are not designing some structural building, just small box. You design, maybe nominal details are there available, and you just break copy of that, this change, and get it. It's same as the other one. We are doing that. That's what your mind is required to concentrate on those items. You are not doing research work here, but concentration on detail. If you are able to do that, you are able to solve many hidden problems or many problems that could not be solved by designer due to many reasons. Designers were busy or they did not have time. There can be any reason behind that. We have to understand that point very clearly. Thinking is very important. And not only thinking, I say, challenge. Challenge is brilliant here. Challenge, don't challenge others. No, don't challenge them. Challenge yourself. If you want not to run some detail, you make another detail and submit. Rather than fighting with them. Okay, this is my proposal, can you accept that? There are only two answers. Either they accept this or say, no, you have to follow this. Then you can ask. There is some question on that. They would not answer, remember. When it comes to questions, the question goes to designer, and designer will never answer or will answer too late. So for such small issues, you decide yourself. Because we are not fools, we are all educated engineers on projects. We know the structure should not fall, it should not fail. So for small elements, you can propose and say, this is better, because that detail is not clear, there's ambiguity on that, we can follow up like this, and we propose this. So only time we do is just to make a sketch of that, or something small or big, and submit for approval. So challenge means you have to challenge. If something cannot be done due to whatever reason, we are making it such a way that it can be done. It can be done defeating that reason where it could not be done. That is called challenge, internal challenge, and there is external challenge also where you challenge others. On something you are sure, but they did not care for that. That challenge is also important because it works. If your calculation wise right, if your proposition is right, if your submission is right, if your formula is right, if your assessment or estimation is right, you can challenge. But before challenge, you have to be sure what you are going to say. Sometimes we feel it's not sure, it's not right, but when we calculate or we find some problems there, it looks that it is right. So once we show, and you find that this is something wrong, and this is a big one, big quantity involvement, then we can challenge that. And that challenge is very dynamic challenge. Dynamic in a sense, it moves everything down. If your challenge forces them, if your challenge forces other party to change their design without even telling you, that is called challenge. Because they don't want to bring in writing that they did something wrong, they just do a favor, that, and also their favor that they revise that drawing. And revision of drawing is not illegal, it is contractual. No problem if they don't give in writing, doesn't matter. Purpose was to ease your work, and to ease your work, you try to do something right, and you are getting permission, though not in your name, but you are those through whom you moved, they know there was change. It happens in lives many times. Reason is our work is designed not by one person, by a group of people. and who keep on designing for months and months and months. And somebody is on vacation. Today this person is working, tomorrow other person is working, then third person is working. So no one is perfect thoroughly. No one reviews thoroughly. They either don't do anything or keep on hanging, let that person come and do himself. So there are sometimes we expect errors, generally there are errors. I can say 20 to 30% of designs are erroneous. Detailing on an average, I can say even sometimes 50% drawings are erroneous. Depends on what structure they are designing. They don't keep into mind means what's right. They don't know that they don't know, but because breaks are there, then they get maybe another project next day, they forget this. There are so many miscellaneous reasons we can attribute to this kind of activity, and we can't say that they do not know. It is because they are derailed from their regular job. They are not allowed to continue on that what should be continued, and this happens or that. There is no reason for that. There is no other reason. This is a genuine reason. So we are considering only on one, they consider maybe on 4 or 5 projects. We are considering on, so we are in a better position to do research on that rather than depending on their research. And research is research, you do or they do. Ultimate responsibility is delivery of project or decision on project. And particularly when you are doing bidding work, you have to use intelligence because you have to win project also. You have to win only when there's a competition and there's a good quantity. And if your quantity is superfluous, it's either too low or too high. If it's too low, then you will lose that project. You will have, you will have deficiencies and you will have losses, and it's too high. You won't get that project. So intelligence required that don't run away from that. Try to concentrate on that and find something that helps you, and that is where you can say you have done something. You had your organization, and that's a great achievement, I can say, if you follow up that. That's very important point in our thinking business, thinking ideology, I can say, thinking character, I can say. I call it thinking and challenge. Think and challenge. I'm not challenging, I did not challenge, but virtually it's a challenge. By its nomenclature, by its force, by its impact, it's a challenge. It happened with me many times, I don't want to repeat here. And that was drastic one. I told you many times also. But it happens. It happens only when you have your hands of experience on all fields. Theory, practical, site work, design work. Not expertise, but you have hands on that, understanding of that. Design doesn't mean I know software of that. No, not that one. Understanding what should be the result of that. Because when you are in field, you go through thousands of drawings in your career. Details and schematic drawings and general drawings and services drawings. You go through hundreds and thousands of such drawings. So drawings are nothing but just papers for you. You check each drawing, this is, and 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4, 5 times, and you see those drawings. You don't stay on one drawing, just remove this eyes, it's not like this. So it takes hardly 5 to 10 seconds just to view one drawing and find information from that. So your eyes are drawing, in fact. People may think, you're just watching for 5 seconds. He looks at drawing and understands drawing. It's not that I look at drawing and because I've seen that drawing many times. So I need not go again and again to minute details. I will go to only marked details where I have question mark. It happens because nobody can say some particular 5,000 drawings with details. You think it is easy? No, it's not easy. Management of drawing itself becomes a management, Somebody requires to keep them in order because there will be revisions, there will be supposition, there will be, many classes of drawings, information drawings, schematic drawings, working drawings, construction drawings, many drawings will be there. So we have to keep in mind that such process, maybe there are various disciplines, big plants are there. You have to deal with building drawings, you have to deal with landscape road drawing, you have to deal with machine drawings, you have to deal with foundation drawings. You have to deal with survey drawings, you have to deal with external services drawings, you have to deal with many, many more such drawings and specifications and feed. So you have to involve yourself in that with such brilliance that your speed should always increase and you should not stay at one point. You should know when you open that page, you should know what it should contain, move further and further and further and further. Means one time comes that this says okay, this should be answer finished, I don't read all. This page, okay, this should be the problem, this page, this one, this. You just see those important points and run away like that. You don't stop to see what English is there, what translation is there, what comma. Nobody stops on that because this is engineering world and all specifications are done that way, all contracts are done that way, all drawings are done that way, and you understand drawings. Just watch one drawing, say, okay, find this information, you can get all this. That's how professionals work. We are then professional, not kids. So thinking is required somewhere else, not there. They are thinking, we are not going to think and drawing this, the grid of this A, B, C. No. Leave it. Side people should see that we have to find our problem. Where problem. If there's a grid problem, let calculations come and see what grid problem is there. We will manage, we will write query for that. That's where people work and should work. Means my thinking and my challenge is different type. It's not we have to deliver. Only thing is you deliver design, you deliver site work, you deliver office work, you deliver whatever. Delivery, timely delivery, quality delivery, systematic delivery should be thought of. How to do that? That is where thinking is required. Don't follow someone. Yes, list is there, follow list. You can change list also if it's required. Do not go to someone, tell me this. Who will tell you? He doesn't know. You go to someone, please tell me. That person himself doesn't know how to tell you. What shall he tell you? So better take self-initiative, take some time in beginning and understand what you have to do. I remember one point, I used to submit materials and drawings in 1986-7. There was an architect who was a resident engineer for my work, and I submitted to him. Then I went to him again and said, this is a, don't do like this, please, don't do. Resubmit it. I want complete package. I don't want to go to previous submission and find that I don't have that much time. So I got him what he wanted. Means wherever you submit complete package. And if there is a requirement that you have to resubmit that, even after rejection or with approvals or with some comments, then again the package. Do not. Package means same thing again with additional items, so that person doesn't want to go to reference and see what's all by. That person does not have that time, and that person does not depend upon clerks to find that, because clerk will waste more of his time rather than saving time. That I liked, so that's why my habit. When I submit package, because everybody prefers. So how to think to make your package, that's another point. Package in submission is very important. You have to think of that. Means whatever work you do, you have to think of that. You won't learn this from your university, what package is. You won't learn. You won't learn 95% of activities you do in field from your university. You can't learn because those people have not been experienced. They haven't experienced that. So how can you expect them to teach you like that? Well, my mind is little, crazy, you can say. You may say I'm crazy. Of course, one should be crazy if you want to do something, you want to achieve something. And if you are not crazy, you are gone. Engineering is concentration, remember. Engineering is concentration, engineering is thinking, engineering is package, and engineering is mastermind, and engineering decision. Right or wrong, decide. Act. So plan, do, check and act. That is what you have to do. And if you cannot do that, Go out. Coordination engineering is best one. Best in a sense. You never sleep. Coordination, correspondence, coordination design, coordination research, coordination documentation, coordination as built, coordination, you can say queries, coordination engineering, coordination work, and coordination among engineering. So many coordinations are there in class of coordination, in clan of coordination. Those coordination you must know, you must do, and if you do, you'll be happy. If you don't do, you'll in problem. And coordination means concentration. Little disturbance in concentration on coordination, when you are even making coordination drawings, you'll forget what you are doing. So you have to be careful. Concentration is very important. If you do that, you'll be happy. That's my point. With this, I thank you very much for today. I don't know how I did that. Today I did not even go to files just to see what it can be. Well, it happens sometimes. You have to change to this, and I changed to that. Thank you once.